Good morning, everyone. It is currently 5:11 and I am non-functioning. But none of my stuff is functioning. Okay. Why is none of my stuff... Let's go over this tornado warning though. To me that's just weird, but okay. I'm trying to fix everything for you guys, but yeah, I don't understand what's happening today, but we are close to landfall. I did not think landfall would be this early. I was thinking in 2 hours, but wow. Yeah, we're probably pretty very close to landfall, but we do have a tornado warning. So yeah, very early morning. What I might do, I haven't even been able to update any of my graphics. I'm gonna do that. There we go. That's up to date. I gotta make my slight risk graphic up to date. Alright, that tornado warning's gone. I've also got to update all of my graphics here. And I'll probably put like live satellite there. Yeah, we're very close to landfall. If not, we have just made landfall. Um, oh, didn't mean to show you guys that. Because I'll have everything up to date. Certainly a early morning here in the weather center. Because we don't even have our risks up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're definitely pretty close to Category 2. NHC. Very near landfall. Yeah, that's that. Oof. My bad, y'all. Gotta adjust all my graphics here. There we go. That should work. Yeah, that'll work. You're watching Hurricane Debby coverage right now. It looks like everything's back up and working here. We are again close to landfall. Landfall is when the center of the eye hits land, and we are so close to that, probably around 10 minutes from now. Was I not anticipating landfall this early? No. It was slowing down. I was like, 7 o'clock seems ample. And I'm talking Central Daylight Time, so I was thinking 8, 9, Eastern. We thankfully haven't seen too many tornado warnings today, but we're going to be watching this tornado threat all the way up into Georgia. We just have flash flood warnings for Tampa area. I've also got to update my thumbnail, which is all stuff I was going to do. But, I mean, this is a surprise to me that it's landfalling this early, which is why I'm drinking this. Which is why my voice doesn't sound the best right now. Wow. Well, we're going to be here for coverage. If I would have known this, I would have woken up at 8:30. I mean, 4:30. 4 o'clock. Oh, we haven't had too many tornado warnings, so at least that's good. We're due for an NHC update, because I think we're landfalling as we speak. Debby near landfall in the Big Bend. I would probably start saying it's very, very close to landfall. I'm not there yet where I would say it's landfall. I would say once this imaginary line that I'm drawing landfalls, then we'll start talking about that. Yeah, it just came to me as a shock that it did this early. My alarm didn't even wake me up. I was awake 1 minute before my alarm. My alarm didn't even sound when it was supposed to. Kind of mad. Which is why I'm glad I woke up a minute early. I'll have some sausage cooked whenever my father gets up, so. I'm having to itch today. Currently, there ain't much to talk about within, like, timing and stuff, because this is almost landfalling. Well, it's landfalling right now. It's category 1, 80 mile per hour right now. Well, it's currently a category 1 and will hopefully weaken. I'll probably be live till about 12, 1 a.m., 12, 1, 2 p.m. So honestly, in my opinion, I'm gonna landfall on over here, and then I'll start watching that tornadic threat as the morning progresses. Alright, we are even closer. Again, this is that line where I would draw and say I need to actually get my line, my editing toolkit open. Like about right here, this needs to landfall before landfall. Well, that needs to hit land before it's considered a landfall, which I agree. Which it is. I want to see if it came to the National Weather Service. Well, my hair doesn't even look good. I gotta cut it, but I'm gonna do something not everyone does. I'm gonna 3D the hurricane. I have fun 3Ding hurricanes. I mean, there's not too heavy of rain, which is good news. Not a lot of people will do that. It's just something new that I like to do with hurricanes. Kind of a learning thing, if you could say that. I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. because I had to do Instagram stuff. And it just took so long to end that. So. But I didn't anticipate this late landfall. This early landfall, you could say. Looks like it's moving like that, so it's just something we're gonna have to wait and see on. we go. At that early morning stuff. Currently, there are no tornado warnings, which is why I'm not showing my warning legend. There are 4 flash flood warnings, but we're gonna add that to that warning legend here soon. I just haven't gotten around to making it because I'm still adjusting a lot of stuff with the flash flood warnings, so. I think we're done in the Tampa Bay area. I think we're pretty much done with your severe weather threat from Hurricane Debby. Now's a good time to edit. Yeah, I gotta make all of my graphics. There we go. I gotta get that thumbnail edited up real quick. definitely kind of botched some of it, but okay. Alright, we're approaching landfall now. They may have got it landfall. Not very near landfall. Yeah, we're very close to landfall this morning. Wow. When is this energy drink gonna kick in? Might have to go get a little bit of breakfast. Don't know. Not to mention Saturday I also gotta get up at like 5 o'clock, so I mean, oof. Definitely looks like if we're not landfalling, we're just a mile or so from landfall. That's what it looks like to me. I've never heard the term very near. I know exactly what it means, but just very near is kind of weird. I'm gonna go over and post onto Twitter real quick. I am live and earlier. Early. I'm trying to get this out to more and more people. Hashtag FLWX and hashtag GAWX. There we go. It's good about having a second monitor now. Yeah, we're very close to landfall, as you guys can see. Wouldn't surprise me if the hurricane, if they update it within the next 10 minutes saying that it landfalled, because I'm seeing everything I would need to see, for this to be a landfall. And I may be calling it just a tad bit early. So. Right now there are tornado watches out in effect in this area. I'd probably say north of Tampa Bay is good. I mean south of Tampa Bay to the south is probably good for the rest of the day. But you guys are still under a tornado watch for the last few outer bands that are going to move through the area. So, I will say that this is very close to Idalia of 23. Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key. I remember calling these some names out distinctly. I know a lot of these names. This is very close to where Idalia landfalled. I think Idalia landfalled like right here. I guess Horseshoe Beach was nailed. We watched a whole barn get destroyed that stream. We watched it live too. The barn was there 1 minute, next minute, it's gone. And it was never on that stream ever again. I should say pavilion. But I think it was Horseshoe Beach. It may have been Cedar Key. My memory. It's 5 a.m. Not a time I should be live. But, you know, we're doing it. Yeah, it for sure looks like we've got landfall to me. I'm just waiting for official confirmation. It definitely looks like we've made landfall, in my opinion. That's my unprofessional opinion. Excuse me. Not much really to say at this point, just wow. 80-mile-an-hour, Cat 1. Yeah, it's made landfall. If not, it's very close. I mean, that might be the only thing here that's stopping it, but again, at this point, it's gonna have landfall probably around 5:45. It takes National Hurricane Center like 5 minutes to push everything out, like updates and things like that. They usually do it early too. If my voice sounds anything weird, just woke up, so. I'm gonna turn my TV onto the stream real quickly. thought will give me a better sense as to what the stream looks like. But I can't, because I can't see that perspective from this monitor over here. So I just want that fresh perspective to make sure the stream works. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, it's landfall. Let's see. No, still no update from the NHC yet. But that's landfall right there. No. That may be the only thing, honestly, at this point. But that is confidence booster, in my opinion, to say that, yeah, it's landfall. Hours before I projected it would landfall. Hours before most weather models thought it would. To like the last few, like from about 3 a.m. Once it became 3 a.m., your weather models really picked up. It's going to landfall sooner than what they thought. So yeah. We're just waiting for official word from the National Hurricane Center. Before I do say anything like for certain, we are going to allow the National Hurricane Center to do what they need to do first and foremost. Because I could be wrong and it's not landfall. But at the current rate of things, I do think we are seeing landfall. And that does raise a concern to me, because once we landfall, we're going to see a tornado threat. I've seen a tornado threat, but this is currently now where I project most of your tornadoes to be. It's going to be within this area from Jacksonville down to Citrus County. That's where I think most of the tornadoes will be. As it moves off to the northeast. That is landfall, if we hadn't already. That tropical wave that I was talking about in the video yesterday, it has formed. The National Hurricane Center is noting of its existence. We may see a major hurricane landfall Texas. Just being dead honest with you guys. That's what a lot of weather models that I look at are showing. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I've been watching this tropical disturbance right here for the threat of it moving through and hitting there. That is a very, very approximate location. Nowhere near correct, hopefully. But that it's concerning that they have picked up on this and said that this is a tropical disturbance. That is not good. Certainly. But no, Debby has not landfalled yet. but I think we're within minutes. It's probably already landfalled. In my opinion, it's a landfall. But by the time it gets to about right here, it'll be a tropical storm. So. But it'll move into Atlantic for re-strengthening, so. Or it could pull, this move. That's unlikely, but. Hey. I'm gonna bring you all the possibilities, even if they're very not likely. And your likely forecast is following this black line, so. That's two sides of it. So. But it's just. We'll see this, and then probably, I want to say on the 14th, which is one day before I start school, we'll see that tropical disturbance. If it does form like I'm predicting now, we'll see that coverage. But it's scary that the National Hurricane Center has actually picked up on that tropical disturbance that I was talking about earlier on the video last night. Did I even talk about that? Currently it's marked 10% information through the next 7 days is 30. So, that's scary, in my opinion. Let's take a look at some of the outer bands here. I want to see if we've got anything tornadic in these outer bands. I just want to make sure there is nothing tornadic. Maybe a little pocket of rotation, nothing too serious, yeah. We'll probably see it, because we're also doing an update at 7 a.m. Excuse me. Or so that'll be coming out within the next 4 minutes, which is when I think they will officially announce that landfall was made. Because why make one special update when in 4 minutes you've got your primary update? You can just put landfall happens on that update, you know. I mean, it's not where people are gonna die just because it's landfall. If you're in the center, like the eye of it, it's calm. You're mostly through it. You've got one part of that eye wall left, and you're done. So that's how I think of it. So Horseshoe Beach, you guys are on that eye wall again, and that I don't know what to say. Idalia, I think landfalled somewhere within this area. So Horseshoe Beach got it last time pretty rough. Again, we did watch a whole pavilion just go away. Debby makes landfall near the Steinhatchee, Florida. "7 a.m. Debby makes landfall near Steinhatchee, Florida." That is all the update. Hurricane Debby has made landfall around 7 a.m. EDT. Yep, there you go. Let's go and update my little scroll text. That's something that we always update. Yep, there we go. Everything's up to date. I'll move that over here. Alright, we have officially seen landfall. So, I just want to make sure everything's up to date. Hurricane Debby has made landfall around 7 a.m. EDT. From here, it's gonna weaken pretty significantly, and yeah. Why do hurricanes happen all like early morning, like 4, 5, 6? The last, I don't know, 5 hurricanes I've watched, they've all landfalled pretty early, other than Taiwan, and it's little U-turn or 360 to hit the island. Taiwan was devastated by flooding. Again, major risk of flooding within this area. There's going to be major flooding, potentially even historic flooding within this area here, so. Alright, let's take a look back at some of the outer bands. Want to make sure nothing's spinning up a tornado here. It's going to be something to watch very closely. I'll probably keep a radar eye on this. And I'll move that there. I'll move this one over to here. That way we have eyes here. Unshow shape file. Alright, now I can watch the little pocket that I'm thinking is very concerning near Bay Lake. Bay Lake really needs to watch. That is the only thing of relative significance that I'm seeing when it comes to pockets of rotation and things like that. And its location, it's heading towards Bay Lake and Orlando. That's even more significant, but definitely an embedded supercell there. Let's wait on another update. I'm gonna allow this to expand a bit more so we can see a wider depth. It's currently like right here that we're talking, but we're too far away from this radar, so let's take a look here at the count of uncertainty, but we did just have a new radar update, so I want to get velocity. Yeah, it's gone now. Signatures are all gone, so it knows. Certainly good news there. Alright, let's get that kind of uncertainty up for you guys so we can get that track. And I will talk about. So currently this is the kind of uncertainty. Currently it is landfall. It's right here. It's going to track into South Georgia, move into Southeast Georgia, go back into the Atlantic, and re-strengthen to 60 mile an hour before taking a divert turn to the north, and then into the South Carolina area, move into North Carolina and Virginia. That is one of the most likely scenarios. Currently, it's got sustained winds of 80 mile an hour. I'll detail it better with this. Currently, it is now here. We have seen landfall. Hurricane warning. No. Storm surge warning. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, that pocket has removed itself from existence now, so that is certainly good news that it's not rotating like it was. We're seeing winds upwards as to maybe 90 mile an hour. So that's very dangerous. Mayo, you guys are currently receiving that bitter 90 mile an hour winds right now. We did landfall at around 7 a.m. 7:55, I think. I mean, 6. Yeah, 6:55. So Instagram should be shutting itself off here soon. I'm probably gonna start watching Reed Timmer after the Instagram stream. On that note, Instagram will be back if any major areas get a tornado warning. I'm gonna go ahead and get Reed Timmer up and running. We're gonna lose half of our stuff, but as long as I've got Storm Chaser view, I may use my phone for the view. Okay, I now have Reed Timmer. Ooh, that's crazy. Yes, I clip my phone onto like a little metal bracket that I can move. That way I can use my phone for what I need. And it's usually watching Storm Chasers, things like that for you guys. And then it gets all played into these headphones. That's rough. Oh. Currently, wow, I'm amazed. I'm gonna check back in on the outer bands here. Maybe it's redeveloped. I want to show it to you guys. No. Let's take a look at it here through the Tampa radar. Very broad rotation right within this area, I will say that. That's something to watch, but wow. That's currently this is where Hurricane Debby is. I'm gonna ignore that news message. Someone I know just went to jail. Someone I know who's very popular just went to jail. So it's gonna be fun to watch that. Like when I say I know him, I actually know him. Like we're friends. So we're going to start seeing a little bit of an uptick, I think, in your tornadic activity as it moves off to the north-northeast. Probably around I want to say 7. Could be a lot earlier than that. But let's get some weather models here. I want to see if this is still picking. I'll take it to the OZ. Yeah, okay, that's not a weather model I'm a trust. And I just forgot what I was gonna do. Wow. Well, oh, I know. That works. Alright, currently it's right on landfall, as you guys see in the bottom right of your screen. It's gonna go into Georgia here, about 1, 2 p.m., 3. Weaken significantly. I think it'll become a tropical depression somewhere at August 6th around 2 p.m. I think it'll become a tropical depression before moving out back into the Atlantic and re-strengthening to a tropical storm, and then moving right back into South Carolina, and then weakening for good. That's where I'm starting to put my thoughts into what's going to happen. So, I think your tornado threat is upticking just right about here. Your tornado threat will uptick in this area, and right within there, and that'll be it. Okay, there we go. We now have all of our normal graphics for hurricanes back up now. We do have multiple new flash flood warnings. Let's get over to those. Currently, Live Oak, McAlpin, O'Brien, Columbia, Fort White, Newbern, Falmouth, Lauraville, and Wellborn. You guys now under a flash flood warning, as well as that's not new. Let's go back over down to Palm Bay, where we do have some of those outer bands starting to move into the area of Orlando. And this should be about the last of it that Tampa sees. So after this, Tampa, you guys should be fine. Let's go to the Tampa radar. Yeah, this is your remaining stuff out here in the ocean, and then you will see a tapering down in the Tampa Bay area. I'll show you guys the flooding risks here. Let's go ahead and get that back up there. We have 3 straight excessive rainfall high risks. Wow. Yep, there we go. Oh, let's get to the excessive rainfall, where we do have a rare high risk, which is 3 straight days of this. So that is scary to think about. It's going to be for parts of South Carolina. I gotta get used to being able to say that. Georgia. So it'll be for eastern and southeastern Georgia, and into the northern Big Bend area of Florida to the east coast. There's going to be just substantial flooding. Tomorrow, the next day's flooding risk, right here, will be for all of eastern South Carolina, and I can't draw all of eastern South Carolina and parts of eastern Georgia on the eastern coast, right here. And then tomorrow, another day, is going to be the same spot, except kind of a little bit more north. A little bit more north. And that is just something you don't want to see. I'm honestly going to make a bold prediction. This area is going to see a record flooding event. Like, just straight up something this area has never seen before. That is what I'm thinking is going to happen. It's scary to think about, just to look and say, oh, this area could have just insane rainfall amounts. I'm not going to give a total because I'm going to be dead wrong, but it's something very life-threatening, in my opinion, which is the Weather Prediction Center, the Storm Prediction Center, Weather Prediction Center, and the National Weather Service are all different. If you guys didn't know that, now you do. Once we get out of, I think, the hurricane part, which shouldn't take that incredibly long, I think we'll end. Wait till that tornado threat ramps up like I'm talking about, and then we'll be back. I don't know if I can take streaming that long again today. I just don't know. I got a lot of stuff I gotta do today. I gotta buy paint because I'm gonna paint my room soon, so. Also, so if you guys don't know, I'm gonna point this out. 1, there's no tornado warnings. 2, there's kind of just nothing at this point. I'm about to take out my whole room. We're gonna replace my flooring. I do not like the carpet, especially with a rolly chair like this. It sucks. It sucks because sometimes this will get caught up in some of those fibers in the carpet and just not move. And that sucks. And so we're going to put laminate flooring down all in my room. I'm gonna show something here in a second, but we're gonna repaint my room, take out my whole floor, so that includes moving everything, including the setup, out. So I'm not gonna be able to sleep in my room for like a day. At least I'll be working in an AC. Oh, that sucks not to work in an AC. Alright. There you go. Brief water spouts and a few weak tornadoes are possible until late morning. Yeah. Just got that notification on my phone, new mesoskill discussion, so that's cool. Potential for a few water spouts and brief weak tornadoes should be focused along the coastal Georgia vicinity through late morning. Convection has blossomed over the past couple of hours. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Let's take a look at the Jacksonville radar, which is the radar we're going to be relying on today for that tornado threat. I'm going to go get some breakfast soon, because I haven't had my breakfast, so I'm not functional yet. Wow. That's crazy. So I'm probably gonna take a break just to go get like a quick little snack, and then once I can cook, I'll cook. Or if my father gets up before me, I'll cook. He'll cook for me. It is just way too early, and I need something to get my brain to be able to sound better in theory. I mean, we woke up at 5 thinking, oh, I can make breakfast and go live at 6, just to find out, oh, it's going to landfall a lot earlier than anticipated. So. Not perfect, but hey. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a quick little bite to eat for breakfast. So, yeah. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm not gonna reveal my face cam while I eat. I just got me a simple slice of bologna until I can actually cook. Um, wow. I was muted that whole time. Yeah, it's just too early. Wow. Yeah, got it. Got it. That actually just hurts. Damage through parry, trees and power lines down, roof damage, numerous power flashes, and surges near a wind dixie measured 80-mile-per-hour winds via handheld crest or high winds continue. I muted myself on accident. I'm mad that I tree blocking entire road, power lines on the road. Danger. It is so early. Horseshoe Beach is just getting wrecked by that eyewall, though. Power lines on road. Danger. Yeah. Okay, so there's two reports on Florida State Highway 51 between Tenal and Steinhatchee. Steinhatchee, I think is how you pronounce it. If I'm wrong, please correct me there, but that's what I'm thinking. Oh, another one. tree on the road, snapped power lines on the ground. So we're now starting to receive damage reports from the eye wall. I'm watching this because he's going to report every single thing. So that's perfect for me. And that's really a big help to some of us who actually have access to the spotter network. I'm about to get access to it. Alright, let's get back over to here. The tornado threat will continue throughout here from early morning. That's what the Storm Protection Center thinks, as well as me. They need to start flash flood warning considerably these flash flood warnings here. Nothing new. Certainly good news. This area in blue right here, this is all flash flood warnings, so you guys need to definitely turn around, don't drown. If you see any water crossings, just kind of try to avoid it. Unless if otherwise told by police that it's safe. Department of Transportation. If they're signaling you to go through, go through. I mean, because they know best. Also, new flash flood warning for Gainesville. It is currently 6:44. We are 15 minutes away from a new National Hurricane Center update. There we go. That's fixed. I'm waiting for any more damage reports that we may receive along that state highway. There's probably just a ton of power outages in this area. Speaking of power outage. there's only like 1,000 people in Taylor County with power. Less than 1,000 Lafayette. Less than 3,000 in Jefferson County. So we're definitely noticing where the worst of the hurricane is affecting. And right within there along that eye wall. So. Broken tree hanging on power lines over the road. Snapped power lines. Yeah. There you go. Excuse me. It's still early for me, but I'm at least able to function properly. We're watching this area right now as the this starts pulling from here. You'll see a lot of your outer bands out there that could have water spout potential, weak tornado potential in them. I'm trying to find something. Oh, Michigan. Okay. Now I know where those are at. I didn't think they were working. It's good that they're working. We'll see that next update, depending on that. If it's 75, which we are less than 10 mile an hour from tropical storm, high-end tropical storm, low-end cat hurricane, low-end cat 1. Oof. Let's go back over to your Jacksonville radar. You can tell it's just so early. See, thankfully we don't have any tornado warnings as of this time. I could immediately switch graphics, which I don't want to do that. I'll go back over here. That's crazy flooding. I can't show it. That's from a different storm chaser, but wow. I cannot show that. Huh. I wonder if NHC is already updated. No. Okay, got it. Alright, I'm back. After that, painfully. I'm gonna kind of just move my chair just a bit. I'm gonna kind of lean back. Because I've been doing this for just a little too long and I'm tired. Alright, let's get back over to Jacksonville because I'm watching these water spouts very, very closely today. I hate it when my hair gets intertwined with my headphones, and it's just pain. Definitely something here to watch. Might be a little water spout there. And as I was saying just a few minutes ago, we're seeing now it's pulling more moisture into it. It's pulling more moisture than it could a while ago, and so it's able to bring in a lot of this. And this is where that tornado threat will come from, is these storms. Because we're about done here. So again, this is that highlighted area for tornado potential, in my opinion. Brief tornado waterspout potential. Let's go back over to the Tallahassee radar. No update from him yet. We should get an National Hurricane Center update within the next few minutes. Hurricane Debby. There we go. Alright, that's updated. Maximum sustained wind gusts have decreased to near 75 miles an hour. A wind gust to 62 miles an hour was recorded at Madison County High School. Where? Oh, Madison County right there. That's Madison County. So probably Madison. Yeah, seems about right. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Let's go back over to here, see if we have any update from Omar. Nope. I only got one report here in Perry, and that was the damage report from about 30 minutes ago. We're just at this point. I'm at a loss of words for this because I'm not functioning properly. I'm tired. You guys can tell I'm tired because I don't do that on stream often. Just wow. I'll be right back. Someone is calling my house. A little too early for my liking. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I had to go do something. Ugh. Ugh. This is where Hurricane Debby was last reported to be positioned. Wow. Doesn't seem that bad. A lot of little pockets of rotation within that area, but so that tornado watch is for that area. I would actually go. Good morning, and this is tornado warning coverage. Well, this works too, I guess. Tornado warning active for the Davenport, Haines City, Lake Alfred, Auburndale, Winter Haven, Eagle Lake, Fussell's Corner. Wouldn't it be better to look at it? Yeah, from Tampa. There we go. So southwest of Orlando, you guys are fine, but watch it very closely. There's your rotation right there. That's rotation. It's going to be near Lake Alfred in about 8 minutes. Out of the warning in 30 minutes. Alright, and that will trigger an Instagram stream, so let me set that back up. Hurricane Debby. There we go. Alrighty. There's a tornado warning active for Haines City, Davenport, Lake Alfred, Auburndale, Inwood, Winter Haven, Jan File Village. Where we've got some rotation right in the area along State Highway 655 near Auburndale. Heading towards Auburndale just to the south of Interstate 92 and State Highway 559. So US 92. Yeah, that's United States 92. That's not state. There's over about 200,000 people in this. This is just one of the many tornado warnings I think will be issued today. Yeah, right there. That's that rotation. I'm thinking that your rotation is kind of tilted as you go up. So that's why you'll see like a velocity scan here. And your reflectivity here. That is always very possible. But that is some rotation we are watching right now with this tornado warning. This is for Polk County. Tornado warning, Polk County, Florida. So it's going to be current rotation right, just south of Auburndale. Looks like it's right over Auburndale now. It's going to be tracking off to the northwest, so 15 minutes it'll be crossing State Highway 557. In about 17 minutes it'll be crossing Interstate 4 here, and then it'll move out that warned area to the west of Orlando. No debris being lofted as of this time, but there is some pretty tight rotation here, so I'm not going to be surprised if a brief tornado drops from it. New damage report. Not seeing yet. Give it a few minutes and we'll get a damage report. Rotation is going to be right over United States Highway 92. For anyone listening who cannot watch for whatever reason, it's going to be right over Interstate 92 here. Interstate 92 and State Highway 559. Is this part of that rotation I was talking about earlier? No, that's a different rotation. Looks like a little pocket of rotation near Fort Greene as well. Let's see. It's going to be moving up towards Bay Lake, though. If you're in Eagle Lake, you guys can come out of your trail safe place. If you're along and south of State Highway 540, you guys can come out of your trail safe place for now. If you're north of 548, you guys need to stay in your trail safe place. At least until this goes in near this area here. Let's wait on the next reflectivity scan here. Should be getting a new reflectivity scan here. Thank you. 711. Alright, there we go. New reflectivity scan. It's going to be just to the west of 559, State Highway 559. Yeah. No, turn off smooth. That's going to be a rotation right there. Looks like it's kind of going more eastern. So it will... There's a chance, Lake Alfred, you guys still need to be near a safe place, though, because this is going to cut extremely close. Inwood, you guys still need to be near a safe place. Same with Winter Haven. Winter Haven, give it about 5 minutes, you guys can come to your safe place. Davenport, you guys need to stay in your safe place, as well as Polk City. Lake Alfred. Fussell's Corner, you guys still need to be in your safe place, because it's less than about 10 miles from you guys, so I'd prefer you guys stay in your safe place. We had an earlier radar update. Oh yes, velocity just updated. Broader rotation than what we've been seeing, but still some rotation to be worried about. About 3/4 mile to a mile away from and east of 559 and about 2 miles northwest of Urbandale. I think that's how it's said. That's your rotation right there. It's going to be just to the east of Lake Alfred and North Benia Vista Drive. If you're driving on Interstate 4 from United States Highway 27 on south towards Polk Parkway, you guys need to stop driving. Kind of find the most substantial shelter you can find. We're having pretty good radar pings. That's certainly good news. Winter Haven, you guys can come out of your safe place. Inwood, stay in there for about 3 more minutes. Still broader rotation. That rotation is salted, so here's your rotation at surface level. It'll be up here when you have that rotation over here, but it'll be tilted up here. This is how a lot of storms are, kind of just tilted a bit. And that's how I've learned it as. And so that's why you don't see everything perfect. But it's still evident that it is rotating right here where we've got that white line starting. We had that warning in about 20 minutes. Alright, let's go back up here to the north of Jacksonville area where we do have water spouts possible. Little pocket of rotation just near Sapelo Island. Very weak though, so. Other than that, everything's good. Alright, let's go back over to that tornado warning. Alright, let's actually take a look back at that eye. I just want to get this out to there. I can zero that. Alright, let's go to your tornado warning here in Polk County. I'm not seeing that rotation like I once was. There's definitely some rotation right within this area along or just at State Highway 557A. Right there, that is rotation. I just have a curiosity I'm gonna fulfill real quick. Yeah. That is that rotation. Very just broad rotation to what I can say. Oh, now's a good time to take a look here at the wider perspective of things. Wow. I want to take a look at it from the tower that is right next to this tornado warning. This is just a curiosity standpoint. It's not really I have to, it's I just want to see. Not bad. Again, there is still a little bit of rotation in it. Nothing too major anymore. Looks like your rotation pocket has died off and has broadened out, but there is still a couplet right here. So we may have that rotation still ongoing. While coming up from Bartow. Looks like maybe some weaker rotation. So that's going to be something to watch. Some broad rotation west of Bowling Green. That tornado warning remains in effect for the next 10 minutes here. Nothing too concerning with this tornado warning, so I'm going to allow time to go over here. And see if I can change my graphic up a bit. we go, that graphic's updated now. We are seeing a potential water spout moving on land near Sea Island. And let's go back over to this tornado warning. I want to keep all eyes on this area, these areas. Yeah. I was able to update my graphics, so I'm happy now. Wow. That tornado warning does remain in effect until 8:30. 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. Hopefully I'll get some food here soon. Just broad rotation, so I'm not even gonna kind of just zoom in. I'm gonna let radar play off here because it's so broad. I'm not worried about a tornado. I think your tornado threat is diminished pretty significantly off of it. Within that rotation that I was just talking about, I just don't see a tornado as imminent. But there is notably, however, just broad, and this is, again, very broad rotation right along Interstate 4 between US 27 and State Highway 557. I will just point that out, broad rotation right there. And that will match reflectivity. Oh, my bad. So go back up north. That way we can get a wider perspective, as water spouts are possible within this area, so I want to make sure to get coverage on everything here. This is the one bad thing about GR2, is that you've got to wait until everything comes through. That's most radars, so I'm not going to complain, because this is one of the best radars I've ever owned, actually. Very broad rotation near half moon landing, so let's go over to the I area where we just have a ton of flash flood warnings. I'm surprised this hasn't considerable flash flood warning yet. Live Oak, you guys are currently experiencing that eye wall. Reed Timmers live on Instagram. Hurricane Debby. That's literally the name of my Instagram streams. I mean, that's your rotation right there, very broad. Right here. That might be a little bit tighter than last scan. But still, it's going to be north of Interstate 4. So, like, Auburndale, Lake Alfred. If you're along US Highway 17 and 92, you can come out. If you're in Davenport, stay in your safe place. Haines City, you guys can come out. You know what? Davenport, you guys can come out. Polk City, you guys need to stay in your safe place just for a little bit longer. Maybe like 2 minutes. And you guys can come out of your safe place in Polk City. Davenport, it's preferred you do stay in your shelter. Back to Gold Twin Sleep. Got it. Google Translate. I need auto detect because I don't know what language it is. Traffic in Florida area. Pay attention because that storm does not. Yeah. Yeah, Florida needs traffic. Definitely needs to pay attention to this for sure. I agree with you. 100%. Yeah, I was actually talking about that earlier, how I think that could be a major hurricane. Just in my professional or unprofessional opinion, it could go major. Maybe some broad rotations trying to form off here along 540. Oh yeah, Polk City, you guys can come out of your tornado safe place. You guys are fine. But yeah, I'm thinking that'll take Texas landfall. That tropical wave you're talking about. I mean, it's supported, so. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Adds a rotation, but I'm starting to think there may be another pocket of rotation near Winter Haven. That tornado warning expires in 1 minute. I also forgot to move everything back over to here, so as soon as this tornado warning expires, I'm gonna go see if food's ready. But yep, there you go. That tornado warning is gone. No more damage reports so far. I thought we had one, but no. Maybe a pocket of rotation moved inland from Sea Island. That looks like a pocket of rotation right within there. Never mind. Nothing supports that pocket of rotation. So let's go back over to the eye for the eye wall here. Since we don't have a tornado warning. We're going to be live at least until this becomes a tropical storm. Once it becomes tropical storm, I'll probably end stream. So. Live Oak, it's coming right upon you. That's that eye wall that you were seeing right here. And we're starting to see more rain starting to transcend on that western side like I was talking about in last video. But there's some strong winds in that, so still very strong hurricane here that we're tracking. Oh, you sent something else. I should probably Google Translate that. I didn't even notice that. I'm probably gonna stop responding to like chats when there are tornado warnings. The Caribbean has it. The Caribbean as it comes out of Africa. The one thing I hate about not understanding what you're saying is literally just Google Translate does not make any sense. I know about what you're talking about, but Google Translate just does not do good translating this. So I'm sorry about that if I don't exactly get what you're saying. I figure by about 10 o'clock it'll probably be a Cat 1, a tropical storm. But this is currently your eye wall that we're seeing. That's the worst of that eye wall right now. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna go see if my food's ready. I'll be right back. See you guys on Instagram. I am gonna post this to Tornado. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go see if there's anything ready for me to eat, because I need some warm food today. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll leave audio on, that way I don't forget to unmute myself again. Yeah, I remember what you said. We took that Ouija board next to your head. Alright, I'm back. Alright, my food's about to start cooking, so. Ugh. I'm tired, yes, very tired. ahead and put this back on Storm Chaser feed. But first I'm gonna post on my Twitter, because I've been focused on this stream that I haven't been able to post Twitter, which I'm gonna do really quickly. And then I'm gonna set up Storm Chaser feed on my phone. And then we'll get over back to tracking. Alrighty. I've now got Storm Chaser feed in my phone into my ear, so we're gonna be live until this is no longer a hurricane, which is hopefully soon. So I don't want to be live. We've been here though 2.5 hours. Wow. Let's go back over to Jacksonville radar. We're going to take a look at that Georgia tornado threat. Yeah, not too much moving on shore. Alright, let's... maybe some broad rotation right there. I'm trying to get a better chase feed. Oh. Okay. There we go. Unofficial 2 fatalities. In Taylor County. As 12-year-old boy. It's just 12-year-old boy. Due to road conditions, so I'm probably guessing they thought, oh, I can pass through this body of water that's over the road and drown. Oh. Don't do that, please. That's the way to die. If you want to get stuck in your car in some flooding, it's just unfortunate. Let's go back over to Jacksonville. Wow. And it is unconfirmed, so that's what it looks like to me. Nothing too crazy moving along shore. Okay, so that's good news. Let's go back over to Tampa Bay radar, though. Just... I honestly just feel bad for the little boy. Triple digit heat, tell me about it. That is some broad rotation right there. Nothing too crazy, but just pointing out broad rotation. I am extremely tired. Do I wish I had Radar Omega? Sometimes I do. Right now my computer just is not good, so I'm trying to save up for a computer that we can run Radar Omega with, and then I'll rebuy a subscription to it. It's just I'm throwing useless money out the window. Maybe for like thumbnails, things like that, but other than that, it's useless money, so I did, yes, throw it out. I probably would have used it for this stream, just being honest. Hurricane streams, it is amazing for. But I have my favorite radar, and it's not Radar Omega, it's GR2 Analyst. That is my favorite radar by far, is GR2. And this is what we're using right now. Just because of its wide customization and what I can do with it, it's better to get warnings out to you guys. $250 and it's worth it if you're really passionate about this. If you're not, do not buy it. That's just $250. We got the food delivery! Yay! I'm gonna take some time to eat, because I have not had breakfast this morning. It was wake up at 5 and just go live. I am currently eating, so, give me a minute. I figure it'll be a tropical storm here in the next few hours. Ah. Hmm. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Currently, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, so let's go. Let's actually stay in that graphic I was just in. Um, Unless there's a tornado possible tag with it. No, I'll probably switch graphics. Nope. Currently, we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, though, in this area. So, yeah, I'm currently eating because I haven't had any breakfast this morning. This is the first time I've seen breakfast today, so. Which is why I'm not showing my face cam. Chazahausica, Florida. So yeah, I'm currently new chat. I'll check that out after I take breakfast in. I need to ingest breakfast. So yeah. Looks like we may have another... No. Mm. And this is the first breakfast I've had. Well, other than a thin slice of bologna, this is the first breakfast I've had today. The first legitimate breakfast and the only legitimate breakfast I'll have today. New severe thunderstorm warning. We just came back to it. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Crown Point. I'm going to move radar back to K-Lot over here. We're seeing ice storms move off of the Lake Michigan area. They are kind of severe. I'm not predicting any water spouts. I'm just saying damaging wind. Okay, Orlando, take your tornado precautions. Tornado warning, Orlando. That will take me out of eating. And that will put me live on Instagram. Wow. That just happened. I was just talking about this earlier, too. Okay, tornado warning, Orlando. I've got one more piece of sausage left. I'm eating it. NWS tornado. I'm sharing this all over social media. So let me finish sharing this new tornado warning and we'll get immediate coverage on it. I have so many social media apps I share on. It takes me like 5 minutes to do it all. Alright, I'll take that in the kitchen when I go next. Now I can set up the Instagram stream. There we go. Instagram stream done. I'm going to put out tornado warning Orange County, Florida. There we go. Alrighty. Very broad rotation right within here. Yeah, I think it'll keep me on Melbourne. I want to get the best. Yeah, Melbourne is the best radar for this. Pretty broad rotation right within here. That's your rotation right there. This is going to be on the back side of this. Right within here. It's going to be your tornadic rotation. This does not include downtown Orlando, but Orlando, you need to, if you're on the western side of Orlando, you need to be near a tornado safe place. This is a tornado warning. This is a very populated area as well, so. Again, here's your rotation. Right there. Very broad, but still popular. Velocity comes in faster than velocity comes in later than reflectivity. So, this is one of these areas we've been watching. Alright, let's wait on a new velocity scan. That would be great. Looks like your rotation's right within there. This would make the most sense right there. That does line up with reflectivity, so yeah, that's your rotation. Let's go and get a storm track on it. Isn't this the same storm that literally just produced a warning? Like, not too long in Polk County. Ain't this that same storm? So here's Polk County. Yeah, that is the same storm that produced a tornado warning in Polk County. I want to make sure everything's set. Yep. Everything is set. It's going to be moving up towards Okoe. I cannot pronounce that. Google Translate time. Or, well, Google pronunciation. Okoe. Okoe, got it. Okoe within the next 15 minutes. We're garden in about 14.5 minutes, so that's about 15 minutes, technically. Okay, there we go. I can change graphics. Perfect. This is again from the outer bands of her. Yeah, same storm that produced the Polk County tornado. At 8:55 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bay Lake, moving north at 35 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Orlando, Okoe, and Winter Garden around 9 a.m. Am I missing something? They warned that. I'm confused. And then I don't even see much rotation in it now. Maybe just right there. Not as broad rotation. As broad of rotation as you can get. This tornado warning expires in like 11 minutes. I had to think about that. That's unfortunate. Let's take a look at these. Never mind, I won't take a look at that. Currently, there is a tornado warning for Orlando. I don't really see much in the way of rotation, but there is just that broad area of rotation that is being warned as we speak. Currently, right along Winter Garden Vineland Road. It's literally right over there. Hopefully, we'll have a radar update here shortly. Oh no, day 1 came out. That's interesting. That is interesting. I need to sneeze, but I can't. How the heck do I sneeze? That sucks. When you feel like you gotta sneeze, but you can't sneeze. Yeah, that's where I would think rotation is as of now. So. I'm gonna try to find me a coder to code in like tornado warnings. That way we can see them all at the bottom. That will remove this for the most part, unless again hurricanes, because we'll move the tornado stuff up there. Again, if it's a major tornado outbreak, we'll rethink it. It's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be a lot of stuff. But right now we have a tornado warning. Let's not get off topic here. We can talk about that literally in like 7 minutes. If I don't have to sneeze. Celebration. Well, there goes the tornado warnings. I mean, back to the original title. I think something near Celebration is something to watch very closely, because I am seeing some tight circulation here near Celebration that would move into Orlando, so I'm going to keep a close eye on this. While we true colored that, might open up 2 GR2s just for that fact. Oh. Whew, tired. As you can tell. So. Yeah, it would not surprise me if this does get tornado warned here. Let's take a look on the next velocity scan. See if it's still there, because I figure it'll get tor warned here soon. That's why I'm not ending the Instagram stream, because that is major. Yeah, that's a couplet. Right there. Alright, so I'm going to open up another GR2. Celebration, Bay Lake, Belle Isle, you guys need to be all in your tornado safe place. Because that's devastating. Wow. Okay. Okay, fine then. This radar can go up here. And I'll move that south. I mean, I don't really care too much. I just want to get everything straightened up there. And then start watching this storm here very closely as it approaches Celebration. Because this is a tornado warning. Not tornado warned, but in my opinion should be. Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that tornado warning there to get issued. Because I know it's likely. I just want to know when. So that's why we're not currently with our normal product, is because this is something that really needs to be watched here in Williamsburg. I don't know why it's not tour warned yet, but there's definitely some rotation in that. There's no doubt in my mind that they need to tornado warn this. Windermere, Tango Park, Edgewood, Belle Isle, Taft. You guys need to be in your trail safe place because that has broadened out, but still enough for me to note that I'm gonna create my own tornado warning. I would normally not do this, but I have enough information based here. I would say that area needs to watch very, very closely here. Probably more along that, if I'm being dead honest with you guys. And this is all done live, so I mean... There we go. I've created me a custom tornado warning. And the reason I'm doing this is because this is just a very dangerous rotation that I think could produce a tornado. I normally do not do this unless if I have confidence like this, that there is a tornado potential there. Like, I mean, a tornado is probably imminent with this. I'm just waiting for the National Weather Service to tornado warn it. Because that tornado warning will include Orlando. Just dead honest with you, it will include Orlando. And I know that the National Weather Service, but they have to be able to... Okay, here's the rotation. Let's draw out that tornado warning, get all the details down. It takes a few minutes for a tornado warning to be issued from the first sign of rotation. Which is why I feel comfortable in saying, if this ain't tornado warned in the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to let it go, I guess. Probably won't, but it's scary just to see this is not a good situation. So. And I'm putting this tornado warning pretty short. I have my reasons. That would be right. If radar would update. Yeah, that's a couplet. They need to tornado warn this. I'm gonna rework my tornado warning. Obviously very weirding, but I think that's now what's needed to keep Orlando out of the majority of this. I'm just waiting until I get confirmation National Weather Service warns it, which by 25 I will drop my custom tornado warning for it, but for right now, until I know for sure if the National Weather Service is writing out a tornado warning or not, this is a dangerous rotation area that we're watching, and so I currently have it in a blue box, but that blue box might want to just be prepared, because I think a tornado warning is going to be issued. There's rotation. It is backed by, there's proof of it being valid rotation and not just some spoof and radar. It has been there multiple scans now. Albeit, it has kind of broadened out since I first noticed it, but they need to tornado more in this, in my opinion. Maybe some rotation forming just to the west of Tangelo Park. I'm gonna wait on another reflectivity scan here and see what reflectivity says about this. But I figure they're kind of writing it out. Usually it doesn't take this long, but there could be a factor of reasons. Just like that, I think that rotation's gone. Or moved quite a bit. Substantially moved. Yeah, it's gone. Okay. It's gone. Ah, that'll work. That is the most. Alright, see you guys in Scram later. Alright, we're gonna get back here. Flash flood warning considerable for Suwannee County. Alright, let's go take a look at the special marine warning here. That's some rotation right there moving on to shore, so that's going to be something to watch very closely. It's fallen apart so much, I no longer think it's a hurricane, I think it is tropical storm. I'm still watching that Orlando rotation, don't worry. Still got eyes on it. Albeit it's very, very weak. But it is still something to watch very closely. So yeah. I'm going to watch this very closely as it moves upon land. Water spout as possible, of course. I wonder if they're going to be issuing flash flood emergencies in this area. This thing has barely moved. And when I say barely, I mean... Is this wobbling backwards? Hold up. Oh, that would be bad. Oh, your rotation has died. For the most part on that Orlando storm. Alright, let's go up here to KCLX radar where we do have a special marine warning for water spouts. Excuse me. I'm gonna kind of recline a bit while we don't have too much going on right now. I am sleepy. We are now down to one severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana, though. Broad rotation right here. There you go. We are going to be watching Chicago weather today. Ooh. excuse me. My friend just texted me on messages, like not even on Snapchat or anything. Are you gonna go back live today? Yes. I most likely will, unless if I have something else I get busy with. So it's gonna be a busy week for me. I may have to make an emergency trip up to Tulsa, which is about like 4, 5, 6, 7 hours for me. I don't know how far. Like, it's quite a ways away. I think about 6.5 hours. So, got a family member who's, they may be calling in us to say goodbye. So, yeah. So I may or may not be live. I may be traveling all the way up to that area to say goodbye to someone that I know. So, it's gonna be fun. Looks like maybe a little pocket of rotation trying to form southeast of Day. We'll be back though at like 3 p.m. I'm guessing, probably 3. So we'll probably end the stream the second we get word it's a tropical storm. I want to be here as it's a hurricane. I know I can't always do that, but we try our best. Because there is a car stuck in flooding. I just watched him drive through the water. Please turn around, don't drown. He's gonna be there a long time. Like, he's somewhere within... I don't know where he's at exactly, but I've got that radar. Where do I have that camera? Oh, I got that camera within this area right here. So it's within Perry. I'm not looking at the exact roads right now, but because it's being broadcasted to me, so. Wow, that is crazy just to watch. Alright, let's point out some stuff. That eye wall, this is moving very slowly, or I have a feeling it's kind of wobbled back south a bit, which would be a disaster if it's going back south. That's that more intense part of that eye wall that we're watching. And I figure it's about probably tropical storm strength right now. I don't think it's quite hurricane strength, but I am going to wait for about an hour and a half just to double check. Alright, there we go. Let's go over to the flooding risk, where we do have a high risk today. This is a rare high risk for flooding, so flooding is likely within the area in pink. It's very rare to see a flooding high risk, and we got... I don't think I've ever seen a flooding risk that's 3 days straight without it being a major hurricane, like Katrina. That was, I think, 3-4 days, five straight days of high risk flooding. I think, not exactly sure. We have a moderate risk of severe flooding in this red area here. And then, sorry, I had to kind of edit that off of my phone there. We have a yellow slight risk, so you're getting out of that major flooding zone, but there's still going to be flooding in this yellow zone here. Which does include Tampa. No, Tampa's in that moderate risk. Bonita Springs, things like that. Those areas have a slight risk for flooding. And then here we have a 1 out of 4 for flooding. This is not SPC categorical. I am going to point that out. This is not an SPC categorical. This area has a lowered risk of major flooding. However, this is going to fluctuate. This is today's flooding risk. And we're definitely seeing this area getting really flooded. Tomorrow, ooh. We have another high risk. This is the day 2 high risk for flooding. Right there. This does include all of eastern South Carolina. All of eastern South Carolina. Ooh. Sorry guys, I gotta take a second. I'm gonna go to sleep after this stream. Usually I get enough sleep, but I was up till 2 a.m. with a technical error with this stream that you're watching now. There was a major technical error we had to fix. And this includes moderate risk includes most of central and eastern South Carolina. That's confusing to me right now. Most of eastern Georgia. Why can I not think of U.S. states? I've learned this. I know these by heart. It's when I'm live is when I can't think, okay? And parts of North Carolina, South North Carolina. Slight risk. There is a theory I have. If it wobbles just back into the Gulf of Mexico for whatever reason, this would not go into intuition like we think. But anyway, slight risk for much of central North Carolina, parts of southeastern North Carolina, parts of southern North Carolina, parts of central and southern Georgia, and parts of the Big Bend all the way to central Florida. And that's... I cannot talk today. And again, that marginal risk is pretty close to that, so I'm not even going to talk about that marginal risk. And another high risk that includes 90% of eastern South Carolina. Okay, there we go. I've got everything adjusted. I'm going to turn my monitor. There we go. Everything is back to adjusted. That way it's not too hard on my head and makes me look shiny. It's just, wow. That flooding risk. We're going to wait till about 1 more hour. 1 hour and 20 minutes before we end. I want to make sure that this is no longer a hurricane, which it's not. It's obviously not. There's not much else to cover here today. A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Madison, Lafayette, and Taylor counties. Mayo, Day, Madison, Lee, Hanson, and Pinetta. You guys are now under flash flood warning considerable. So you guys need to turn around, don't drown, and make sure you're at higher elevation, because that rainfall will go into a lower elevation and gradually rise. And if it gets to your higher elevation and you have no other place to go, get on your roof and send a prayer up to God, call 911. That's all you can really do at that point. There are states of emergencies. There is a state of emergency in effect for much of Florida. Like, I thought, last I saw it was like 53 counties. I think they removed some of these southern counties, like Miami-Dade, things like that. I think they've removed those counties in specific. But large pine tree, approximately 25-30 inches diameter, blocking both lanes north and power lines are also down in that area, south US 41 near the Hyra, Georgia area and near McNeil Road. No damage to structures, no injuries, and another mid-sized oak tree partially blocking northbound lane. Yep, this is currently just what we're looking at here. Probably after this hurricane, after this hurricane's all said and done, and I'm not talking about major tornadoes, I'm gonna post some stuff on my Snapchat story that's kind of more or less just what the hurricane looked like last night. I'm not gonna do it and be unprofessional when it's an active threat, but when it's not an active threat, I'm gonna do it. I mean, that is how I roll. If it's not an active threat, I can talk what I need to talk. There's still hurricane warnings until this is out of the way, until we get confirmation that this is no longer a hurricane and a tropical storm. I'm going to just, until I get confirmation this is a tropical storm, not a hurricane, we're going to be live. I'll probably be back live around 4 o'clock for severe weather coverage. Probably around 3 o'clock, so this does give me some flexibility to do what I gotta do. I won't have this. I hate the fact that this has like 300 milligrams of caffeine. It comes in handy, but okay, there we go. There's nothing about this that says it's a hurricane. We have seen weakening in the winds from back when I knew it was a hurricane. We saw like upwards of sometimes 80-mile-an-hour winds. Now we're just kind of stationed around 60, 70. Let's take a look back here on that special marine warning here. Very weak rotation right there. That is broad. I am going to be monitoring the weather. But I am going to go like do stuff. I'm not gonna just sit here. Me personally, I'm able to sit here through like major events, like very destructive winds, because obviously hurricane is very destructive. But if there's literally nothing happening, I just cannot stream. Like, if there's nothing, if it's a hurricane, I can deal with it. I don't know why, but my brain is just wired so horribly. I don't get enough sleep at night. I mean, I'm talking about this because there's virtually nothing else to talk about right now. Other than the fact that this is still a kind of intense eye wall, you could say. It's still an eye wall technically. But yeah. We didn't fall asleep midstream this time, so that's good news. I didn't have to go live at like 11 o'clock. I would have tried to be live at 4 if I knew it was going to happen this early. But, you know, hey. I'm glad it made landfall when it did. Just, so. I have enough confidence to say this is a tropical storm, but until we get confirmation, what I am going to do though, that's much better. I just want to do this to get that. I want to color coordinate all my categories. I don't know if I'm ever going to follow through with that, but I'm hoping we can. Alright, I'm going to recline for a second. One of these days I'm going to get me a coder because I want to display warnings at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to get me a coder. I'm going to have to pay for that, but I don't care. I want to encode warnings and expiration times, things like that. And I want to try to color coordinate them to what GR2 is. If I can't do that, I won't, but I want to try. But yeah, this is what we're watching right now. Below me, you see the cone, the track of the hurricane, and satellite imagery. Yeah, I'm currently doing something now. I will say that bench in Cedar Key has been through 2 major hurricanes. Well, at least 1 major hurricane. Idalia. Didn't Ida strike here? Like near, and then... Alright, we're going to be here for only the next hour. In the next hour, we will see the next update, and then I'll try to end, hopefully. It's been a long morning. $10-mile-an-hour is slow. I haven't received any more damage reports, so that's good news. You know, just one lonely severe thunderstorm warning, which doesn't really matter too much. It's not that much of a big deal to me right now. So, I'm gonna talk, because I can, about future plans for the setup while I recline a bit. I'm gonna try to get a 3rd monitor, maybe a 4th monitor soon. And then I will use these 2 monitors. Once I get my green screen back working, I will get the 2 monitors. I will set them up over here on each side of the green screen, because the green screen, when I repaint my room, is going to be moved back to where it was. What am I trying to say here? I'm gonna move that over. I'm gonna try to get a new webcam, specifically for green screen. That way I don't have to move that around. That way when I need to green screen, everything's already set up for me to green screen. All I gotta do is green screen. All I gotta do is switch screens, and boom, green screen. And if I'm not going to green screen, like maybe on a lower end of it, I'll have the 4 monitors over here. I may put 3 monitors, and then I'll have 1 monitor over there, just you know. That is a plan I have for this setup. And the reason I'm able to talk about it is because there's virtually just nothing happening right now. There's like virtually nothing happening. So I can feel comfortable talking about it and not worrying. So, yeah. I don't have much room over here. I'm gonna buy a new microphone. I'm gonna place it right along my wall on my left side. My left side is over here. This is my left side here. Right there. Um, um, oh. So yeah, there you go. We'll get a new microphone. I think we'll keep this webcam that we have right in front of me. You got that webcam there, and then we'll have like a professional camera for like the green screen. And then soon enough, I want to get me a whole separate place for my green screen. Like, yeah, I know. Yeah. Alabama shouldn't feel too much of it. They might get some of it, but shouldn't feel too much of it for now. Okay, I'm gonna get back into position here. Let's go to Tampa, where we do have a flood report. Flooding on light food. Creek at the top of bridge, flooding on light food from watershed in the state park, currently passable to traffic but may not be with continued rain. Okay. Well, I'm gonna put some music into my ear again because I'm done. I'm gonna skip past this song. And boom. Okay. Alright. I didn't say pause. Gotta get music because I'm using my phone for Bluetooth. Okay, there we go. Everything's good again. Alright, let's go up to that severe thunderstorm warning. My time is not working. So I'm gonna get that back up. For now, that's going to work until I figure out an issue that's happening there. Currently, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Piotone, Beecher, Goody now, Mantino, and Wilton Center for, let's see, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We also saw some severe thunderstorm warnings there, but not too much in the way of I quit that. Let's go back to Florida, though. Where we do have the hurricane here. And a ton of flash flood warnings, which I think will continue. I'm gonna go back here to hurricane stream. Yeah, we've been here all day. Not all day, no, nowhere close. But this is the point where we do have a ton of flash flood warnings. 2 of these are going to be considerable for life-threatening flash flooding. I literally watched someone drive into the flooding. Please do not do that. Turn around, don't drown. You don't know how deep that water is. It may seem very shallow. Next thing you know, you're in knee-deep water. I've experienced that firsthand doing some testing. It was intentional. I meant to go into that water knowing what was going to happen. It was a controlled environment. I had police, paramedics around me, just in case something bad might happen. But it looked shallow, because I know the road depth. Especially on dirt roads, that road can be washed out. I've seen that as well. I live on a dirt road, actually, so. The dirt roads can wash out, and you don't even know how far. So you might know, oh, this ain't too high. Next thing you know, you're now in a little dip from where the road had too much water and washed out. That is why I say turn around, don't drown, because drowning is a horrible way to go. But you don't want to lose your car, because that's going to be expensive to fix. Your car's probably going to be totaled. Your life is at danger when you drive through big time water like that, even if it looks shallow. There's just a lot of risks to flash flooding. And if you're caught in the path of it, let's say you're trying to get to higher ground, taking the warning seriously, heeding it, and then you just see, because this is flash flooding, that water's going to be rapidly moving, usually. But at that point, all you can do is send up a prayer, no? Alright, let's go down to Tampa Bay, see if we have anything major happening. Nothing too major as of this time. Maybe some... No, that's not rotation. Let's go over here to the Palm Bay radar. I'm gonna take off, watch by county, and day 1. That should make it better for you guys. We're not at the peak time for tornadoes. I think it'll be more when you got that peak daytime heating in the area that can break through them clouds. Just with like Beryl, Hurricane Beryl. Has this been here this whole time? Broad rotation right there, but that's very broad. So your darker greens are considerable flash flood warnings. They are more life-threatening. You're expecting more rain in these. And so yeah, the lighter greens here, they are not to be taken lightly either. They're just as equally dangerous. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 5 to 9 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 5 inches are possible in that warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. That's where that considerable comes from. I need to make a warning graphic for that, but I haven't yet. Tampa Bay, you're still under a flash flood warning. You're probably going to be under a flash flood warning all day, most likely. We're going to only be live at least until the next National Hurricane Center update. We're still seeing winds potentially along this area here on that northwest quadrant. I refuse to believe that's accurate. Around 60, 70 mile an hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at tropical tidbits. We're going to take a look at forecast models. It'll continue up into Georgia, kind of go back into the Atlantic for a little bit, do a swirl, and would likely go into South Carolina before moving north into North Carolina, Virginia, and going into the New Jersey area. That would be a lot better than what some weather models say. So. There we go. We haven't seen the if you haven't seen the latest damage reports, we got 2 of them. Mid-sized oak tree partially blocking the road and near CISO on Interstate 75, potentially US 41. Large pine tree approximately 25 to 30 inches diameter blocking both lanes north. And power lines are also down in that area. South on US 41 near the Hyra, Georgia area near McNeil Road. No damage to structures. That is current. We also have some damage down here near Tinneville, where it made landfall near Steinhatchee. Power lines down, trees down. Tree blocking entire road. Power lines on the road. Danger. Yeah, that is a real danger. Good time. A good reminder, if you see any power lines down, stay at least 40 feet away from it. You'd prefer to be further, but 40 feet, you're most likely safe. Am I seeing another report now? Center of the hurricane's right here. I'm going to mark it with an L for low pressure. That's your center of the hurricane right there. I do not think it's a hurricane anymore. It's probably a tropical storm. Nothing about this screams it's a hurricane. But I'm not going to edit anything just yet. Let's go back over to this special marine warning off the coast of South Carolina, and to see which state we were in. With water spouts possible, and maximum gust of 50 knots. Broad rotation right within that area. I wouldn't doubt that there's broad rotation within there, but just definitely does not look any organized. I don't think it's currently a threat to on-land impacts for tornadic. Wow, that was worded horribly. Let me retry that. I don't think there's an imminent threat of on-land tornadic impacts as of this time. Okay, there we go. But it is still something to watch pretty closely. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still dangerous, especially if it does move on land. I also meant to do that for you guys. No, KLCX is closer, so. We're looking higher up in the atmosphere, though, and there is some more rotation the higher up you are, so. That could produce a tornado or water spout. I haven't had anything else on fatality count. Might be some broad rotation right within that area. Wouldn't doubt it, but again, there is a flash flooding report here near 301. I'm gonna read it off to you guys. Creek at the top of bridge flooding on light food from watershed in the state park. Currently passable to traffic, but may not be with continued rain. And that is a spotter report. Sorry about that. Let's go back over here to the eye of the hurricane, or tropical storm. I believe it is tropical storm. Let's see if the NHC has updated that. No, not yet. I think the next advisory, next complete advisory is 11 a.m. So yeah, about 40 minutes from now, probably 30, considering you can sometimes get early access to the advisories, or the public advisories to the National Hurricane Center issues. It is becoming hot in my room. It's about 80 degrees in here now. So I'm gonna have to turn on my AC, which will create a little bit of noise, but I gotta do it. It's just getting too hot in here. It is 85 degrees outside and 84 degrees in my room. I needed my AC on. I am so sorry for any background noise, but it's what I've got to work with right now, so I can deal with it. Again, within that eye wall, we're seeing some more of your more intense rain. I mean, it's definitely lightened up from what it once was. I think it'll be more visible on KVAX radar, which is in Georgia. Yeah, it's kind of more intense through the KVAX radar, which I anticipated, as we are now moving away from the Tallahassee radar. This is the Moody radar, or the US 129 radar. We'll call it that for now. Let's go over to Illinois, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. I need to get rid of that real quick. I can't. Okay, cool. Not much in the way of tornado threat. Again, it's a 5% tornado risk in this area. We'll take a look at it here in a second. But we are seeing some hail, about 1 inch hail. About 50, 60 mile an hour winds possible within this area. Again, it's warned for that 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Let's go back over to Suwannee County, Florida. Okay, it's cooling down in here now. I can live with it being 80, but once it gets 81, it's too hot. So I'm sorry about any background noise happening. I don't want to drink a Dr. Pepper because I've had so much caffeine this morning. That is the only drink I have in my mini fridge. Again, I woke up at 5, thinking I'll go live about 6, checked radar to make sure, and then all of a sudden I see, oh, it's making landfall as I speak. So that kind of rushed everything, so I just went live half asleep. Made landfall about 50 minutes later. So. Well, there would not be a tornado there. Why am I checking that? About 30 minutes out from the next National Hurricane Center update, and after that, that'll decide what we do from there. Move back over to this graphic here. There are a ton of flash flood warnings, and I figured these flash flood warnings will continue all the way up within this area here. And I have a thought that I'm not too sure if anyone else thinks. I think it'll speed up here in the water here. When it's out here, I think it'll speed up. Just being honest. Then it's going to just... I don't quite get this north track. Weather models are saying this. I haven't really... Not that I know of, I haven't seen a hurricane track that aggressive, like a whole 90-degree turn. Usually it's more gradual, like here. Like that, more gradual. But I don't usually see them being just a sharp 90. So I think it'll just be a bit of a gradual thing, but, you know, we'll see. It's moving very slowly. It hasn't stalled. I think it did stall earlier, but we're seeing this gray line's not moving, which is normal, because that's that radar where it's not moving away, it's not moving towards. You can tell the green is moving towards radar, red is moving away. We are no longer severe thunderstorm warned. So in about 25-30 minutes we should be able to end stream. I just want to get that next National Hurricane Center update. I want to see if they've updated anything. No. Last update was 8 a.m. Well, Tropical Storm Carlotta is weakening. Poorly defined Daniel expected to weaken soon. Amelia has formed into a tropical storm. Not too much there. Go back into the Tampa Bay area. Nothing too major currently. We are seeing some rain bands here. Right within there, I can't draw good, so, you know. Still some storm surge possible there. Areas like Miami, you guys should be fine now. I don't anticipate you getting anything else tonight, today, or even any time in the near future. Excuse me, tired. Yeah, it makes sense. Again, we are now officially at 9:30 or 10:30 Eastern. I wish I had like a Eastern Daylight Time, like So that way I can program stuff. But I can't program. I'm gonna learn. I'm taking that, that's my VOTech actually, is coding. So, should learn how to code soon, hopefully. Yeah, that's more realistic. I don't think we're seeing quite that much. I mean, this is a hurricane. Tropical storm, sorry. I believe it's a tropical storm. So, not much there, but hopefully I can. Talk out of my mind, yes, indeed. Actually, before we do that, let's go over to KCLX radar in South Carolina, where we do have a special marine warning, though. Just off the Beaufort County area. Just off of Beaufort County, South Carolina. Broad rotation right within this area. Yeah, I'll call that broad rotation. Let's get a storm track on that, though. It's not going to last long, so... I mean, it is the broadest of rotations I've ever seen. It's not even going to be on land within an hour, so... Please report observed flooding to local emergency law enforcement and a request they pass this information to National Weather Service. As long as you can do it safely. If you can't report flooding safely, please don't do it. Wait till you're safe. I'm gonna remove that. Let's wait on radar imagery. There we go, everything's back. We're just about to get to where both flash flood warning considerables will stay up on radar, so that's good news. Currently your eye is right here where my mouse is. That is currently where it is. Kind of in that flash flood warning considerable, so that's certainly good news. That eye is becoming closed, so it's all just signaling to me that this is a tropical storm. That's all this storm is, this tropical storm is signaling to me it's a tropical storm right now. This cyclone, I can call it technically. I need to take proper English when I go to college. That way I can speak normally. We haven't seen a new flash flood warning in a little bit, which is certainly good news. Other than just right after the flash flood warning considerable, which I don't think is new. It was issued at 9:43 Eastern, so about less than an hour ago. So over 30 minutes ago. Hopefully the National Hurricane Center will update soon. While we don't have much to talk about, let's talk about this tropical disturbance that we are watching. I was talking about this in the video earlier. I'll do that while we take a look at this. East of the Windward Islands right now, showers and thunderstorms associated with the tropical wave located near the Windward Islands have decreased and become less organized since yesterday. That's good news. GFS kind of went over the top, saying it would be a major hurricane in Texas. I did not believe that, but I did say that this could become a hurricane if it organizes and starts forming into a tropical storm. That's what I was talking about. And this is the exact tropical wave that I was talking about, actually. Well, we're here. We can take a look at the Day 1 Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, where we do have 2 5% tornado risks and a random 2% in New Hampshire and Vermont. We got 1 5% risk here in the Minnesota, Iowa, extreme northwest, Indiana, Illinois, extreme northwest Illinois, parts of southwestern Wisconsin, in that blue area. I don't know why that's there. I don't see that big of a tornado threat there. And of course you've got your wind threats. Yellow being 15, and your hail threats as well. Tomorrow we have a slight risk. For Billings and Lewiston, Vermont. Montana. With a 2% tornado risk here in the Carolinas and Georgia. And this is, of course, associated with this tropical storm, formerly a hurricane, in my opinion. But you'll see more of a greater wind and hail threat up in the Montanas on Day 3. We'll go to College of DuPage. Other data, we're going to go get some weather models as to what's going to happen today. Actually, pivotal weather. I want to take a look at NAM on national level because of the hurricane. So we'll see storms as they move through Minnesota into Wisconsin. That's where your tornado threat comes from. I want to take this to NAM 3. My major lag spike there. Wow. Okay. I am so sorry about that lag spike, everyone. My CPU ate the best. Oh, wow. I did not anticipate that to happen. We should be back to normal, though. So, sorry about that. That was on me. I overloaded my CPU again. Sorry about that. I know that sucks to watch. So I'm not going to be able to pull up weather models. I'm going to pull this over to here and then move it to right there. But currently right now we are about 18 minutes from the next National Hurricane Center update. I want to leave on the next, just a little bit after the next National Hurricane Center update on Tropical Storm Debby. I had to think of Debbie's name. That's how early I was up. I was able to catch that lag spike early, so I mean, when I see my OBS start lagging, that's when I know, hey, check the stream, make sure everything's working there. And if it's lagging on stream, immediately exit out, which is what I had to do. Let's go, although we do need to go back up north though, so. I just want to take a look at the special rain warning. Some broader rotation right within here. It's still an hour offshore, but I still want to mention that it is something that needs to be watched very closely. I want to go to VAX radar. Sometimes National Hurricane Center updates come out a little bit early, which is what I'm hoping happens today, so I can go and relax for the rest of until about 3 o'clock, and we'll be back live with severe weather coverage for that tornado risk up in Chicago area. Or the area that I was just mentioning before that lag spike. I gotta... Woo. I need to stretch. This is the center of your hurricane right now, tropical storm. I figure they're gonna cancel the hurricane warning here soon, because there's no way it's a hurricane anymore. I just cannot see it being a hurricane right now. I just want to leave on the next hurricane update so you guys know what to expect. Well, a lot of rainfall and a few tornadoes. If it gets into a popular area, we'll go live before 3. And then hopefully not stay live long. But if we are needed to stay live an extended period of time, because like maybe at 2:30 or 2 o'clock, there's a tornado warning for, let's say, Jacksonville. Not likely, but, you know, or a popular area, you know. If it's about that time, I'm just gonna say extended coverage. We'll start out with the emergency, and then we'll switch it over to the coverage portion. That's how I work. And you will not see the hurricane graphics. We may occasionally check in on the hurricane / tropical storm, but that won't be my primary threat. We'll obviously be monitoring the flooding, and that flooding is very dangerous. This is a rare storm. Not the fact that a hurricane's rare, but the amount of flooding that is possible is rare. Out of 90% of your hurricanes, and I mean all named, it does not matter if it doesn't hit land, if it doesn't, flooding is not usually this high. That's why I say rare. We're about 13 minutes out from the next National Hurricane Center update. If you guys got anything to say or ask about this hurricane, just put it down in the live chat and I'll get to it. Or any questions about the severe weather threat today in general. With tropical storm conditions beginning overnight in the Carolinas. Not updated just yet, which is okay. I mean, 10 minutes, I can deal. I can live with that, 10 minutes. Saw something that was kind of weird to me. But let's see. I should probably go up here, check. No, it's too far out. I don't want to do that just yet. We are seeing a ton of rain bands, though, within this area, still producing a little bit of storm surge, probably nothing too crazy. Again, storm surge can be crazy, but as of this time, I'm not seeing any tornado threat with it anyways. Let's see, is there even a tornado watch out in this area? Watch by county. Yeah, there's still a tornado watch there, so there's still a tornado threat, ultimately, just very low. Go to KJ, the Jacksonville radar. Let's see what we've got going on over here. Nothing too crazy, so that's good news. me take a look at the National Hurricane Center again. No update just yet. You guys can tell I'm ready to go. 4 hours just with a hurricane just isn't the funnest. Nor does it keep me awake. We'll be back live about 3 o'clock. I'm gonna probably go relax for about 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna get to making graphics for that and all of that good stuff. Excuse me. Oh, not what I meant to hit. There we go. It's hard to see if it's just stationary. It's moving very slowly, I can tell, but it may have stalled. It should just not be good. I wouldn't be surprised if Live Oak got a flash flood emergency out of it. Just genuinely. I think Arizona had... I think most of your flash flood emergencies happen in Arizona. That's where you see them 98% of the time. There are, like, a few occasions, but... Right. Jacksonville, spotty showers currently until this kind of gets a little bit more closer. Then you guys might see maybe a little bit of more constant rain, but right now it's off and on showers. You're getting in between the rain bands, which is good news because that means not that bad of flooding for you guys. Wow, just wow. Alright, let's see if there's an NHC update. NHC. No, not yet. I know there's gonna be one within 7 minutes, so I'm good, but I'm running out of things to talk about. I mean, I've talked about all I can talk about without being that repetitive, which I don't like being repetitive. It's just, I feel like it would drive away people. And then someone will drive into the flooding, and because they weren't listening to someone, and they weren't heeding the warnings, of course, they lose their life. Hopefully, we make a difference here today. That's the plan. That's the goal of these, is to make a difference in people's lives. Instead of being on the right side of the kind of uncertainty, it's on the left. For once. In its life. It looks like that eye is kind of opening back up. Which ain't really that bad considering it's not going to re-strengthen. And as I said, we've seen all that rain on that eastern side. I think, and I'm going to say it again, it's going to move back over to the left side, or the western side of the hurricane. Kind of like how Idalia was. Idalia was mostly western, I think. With the exception of rain bands and those stuff. Okay, that's not what I thought it was. Okay. It is now 9:55. 9:56. Yeah. That just hurts. Knowing you had the time correct for 1 second. That hurts. Cedar Key got really impacted. That bench is still standing from Idalia. And it's withstanded this so far. I mean, we saw, I think it was Horseshoe Beach, where we saw like a pavilion get destroyed. I can't remember. I remember this area just because of Idalia, so I know how to pronounce most of this area. I can't remember where Idalia made exact landfall, but I know it was in the Big Bend area, so that counts for something. I'm gonna update all of my graphics just because. Don't know what happened there, but okay. It is now Tropical Storm Debby. I'm gonna update everything just in case we have to go live. Okay, so, update from the National Hurricane Center. We are now a tropical storm with winds of let me see, 70 mile per hour sustained winds. So that is alright. Well, I'm going to let you guys read the top scroll one more time. At 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the center of Tropical Storm Debby was located near latitude. While I update this. We have removed a hurricane from this, and it is now Tropical Storm. That is going to pretty much wrap up everything today. I am ready to say so long to you guys. I'm probably going to stay here with We're so close to 5 hours. I'm tempted just to go 5 hours, but I do not. I can't. I don't want to. I just want to go. So, we're going to near 5 hours, but we're not going to exactly get to 5 hours today. I might just extend the stream as ending for like 10 minutes. Alright, that's going to wrap up my stream coverage today. Hopefully it was enjoyable. I mean, we ran out of ideas to talk about, like, right at the end of this stream. But other than that, I think it was alright. I'm gonna get our ending music. I can't trust when a thing says non-copyrighted music. I absolutely just can't. Because everything, like, gets taken down and stuff, so it's like... at least I'm at a point where I have what I can trust. Alrighty, everyone. This is it. I'm gonna stay here for like 5 minutes. We'll have the stream ending for 5 minutes, and then... Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and read off the National Hurricane stuff to you guys. We are now at tropical storms. Let's get to the public advisory. Debby expected to cause major flooding over the southern United States during the next few days. I'm going to read the whole discussion outlook in the areas affecting land. So this might take us like 10 minutes. So. At 11 a.m., the center of Tropical Storm Debby was near latitude 30.2 north, longitude of 83.2 west. Debby is moving toward the north-northeast near 8 miles an hour. A gradual decrease in forward speed with a turn to the east expected later today and Tuesday. The center will move across Georgia tonight and Tuesday, and will move offshore of the South Carolina coast by late Tuesday and Wednesday. Maximum sustained winds have decreased to near 70 miles an hour, which gives me comfortability that I can end. Additional weakening is forecast during the next 48 hours. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 140 miles from the center. An observing station at Live Oak East recently reported a wind gusts to 54. A weather flow site near the entrance of St. Johns River in Jacksonville reported a wind gust up to 48 miles an hour. The estimated central pressure is at 983 millibars at 29.03 inches. My voice is suffering. Tropical storm conditions will continue over portions of the tropical storm warning area along the Florida Gulf Coast today and begin along portions of the tropical storm warning area along the Atlantic coast this afternoon. Tropical storm conditions are expected along the coast of South Carolina within the tropical storm warning by late tonight or early Tuesday morning. The combination of storm surge and tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters moving inland from the shoreline. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs at the time of high tide. Sorry, my voice is going to suffer from the stream because this is all I have in this cup. Dr. Pepper down ice. Iced down Dr. Pepper. Ugh. Anyways. Yankeetown, Florida to the Alasilla River, 46 feet. Chassahowitzka to Yankeetown, 3 to 5. Middle of Longboat Key to Chassahowitzka, 2 to 4. As well as the Alyssa River to the Ocklawakanee River and Tampa Bay, and the mouth of St. Mary's River to the South St. T. River. Rainfall. Debby is expected to produce rainfall amounts 6 to 12 inches with maximum amounts of 18 inches across portions of central and northern Florida, as well as central and northeast North Carolina through Wednesday morning. The rainfall will likely result in areas of considerable flash and urban flooding, with significant river flooding expected. Across portions of southeast Georgia, the coastal plain of the South Carolina and southeast North Carolina, 10 to 20 inches of rainfall with local amounts up to 30 inches are expected. This potentially historic rainfall will likely result in catastrophic flooding as a flash flood emergency, just beware. Tornadoes. A few tornadoes are possible over central and northern Florida and southeastern Georgia today. The threat will spread northeastward into parts of South Carolina later today. I'm not going to read surf, but that is that. Alright, everyone. I am now saying so long. I've been here longer than I wanted to be. I'm gonna cut it here. I'm gonna go do what I need to do myself. Alrighty, if you guys got any questions before we end, drop them now. I'm gonna wait for one more minute and then I'm gonna go. I am tired. If I see a question while I'm ending, I'll kind of break and look into it for you. But other than that, yep, that's going to do it for this one. I will see you guys around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Until next time, take care.